Mic check. Hello and good afternoon. Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to this fairly long actual play session for Pendragon. We're here with Lorelink and the Lorelink team. We're really excited to play some Pendragon today. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time actually GMing Pendragon, but we've gone through two planning sessions together, and I think we're going to have a great time. So, again, my name is Michael Dowden. I'm here as one of the engineers on the Lorelink team, and we have with us a number of other folks. So, I'm going to unmute them and allow them to introduce themselves. Just please introduce yourself as the player, how you'd like to be referred, and your pronouns if you prefer, and we'll get started. All right, next. Go for it, X. Cool, cool. Next up. Don't be shy. Natasha? Lady S? Luna, I think that leaves you. Awesome. Well, thank you all. Happy to have you all here. Um, I want to be super clear. I think Mark and I are the only ones that have ever played Pendragon before. I have never GM'd it. So we're all very new to the system. So one of the things we're going to be doing as we play is kind of introducing things as it goes. You're going to notice here in the main screen is the Lorelink window. This is where I am running the game from, as we had done all the planning previously. Up in the left corner, just underneath my face here, is the player screen. This is what I have, the desktop that I have open in Roll20, and this is where you're going to be able to see the maps or anything I show to the players. The roles are going to appear in the corner there. It's a little bit small. If at some point it makes sense for me to make the player screen larger, I can do that, but I think you want to see and follow along a little bit how I am running the game today. So give me a second. My browser window is being a little annoying. There we go. Cool. Perfect. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the game. Again, as background, Pendragon is an Arthurian Legends role-playing game, and let's just jump into the adventure. So as you can recall, we had our starting adventure here. So we're going to come into this and I'm going to read this to the player. All right. The year is 510, albeit just so, the 9th day of January to be precise. Um, the cold gray leaden skies of winter mirror the mood of the land. There have been none to wear the crown of Logris since the death of High King Uther 15 years before. The last High King of Britain, Uther's brother Aurelius Ambrosius, died 30 years ago. All of Britain suffers under the depredations of rapacious, ambitious barons and opportunistic raiders. You are gathered in Londinium for a tournament. Rumors have been floating around the new High King shall be appointed here, but you each have your own reasons for being here. Um, so, yeah, as we play through, you can feel free to explain to us why your character is in Londinium. You do not have to do this at this time. Londinium, of course, is far and away the largest settlement in all of Britain and the most remarkable pit of filth and iniquity that you young knights have ever seen. Its claustrophobic lanes swim with garbage and offal, and the burghers and guildsmen of the city seem to have little respect for knights of any station. Huh. Fortunately for you, each of you, along with the other entrants in the grand New Year's tournament, are encamped outside the city walls. Merchants and thieves mix with the common masses. Among their sats lanes of the colorful tent town where banners of counts, barons, dukes, and kings flutter limply in the chill breeze. The unwashed masses and more than a few knights and squires amuse themselves with bohorts, a type of jousting competition, bear baiting, and other martial games. Now, you are here in Londinium. Allow me to share with you a quick map of what that may look like. And while I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the location for our viewers based upon what I have inside of LoreLink here. For you players, you're going to see the map inside of Roll20 as I have shared it with you. You are going to find yourself, if you see here between the 7 and the 8, those are two of the gates. Those are the Lud Gate and the New Gate. Heading west between Leet Street and Vetling Street, this big area here is where the tournament grounds have been set aside. And that is where you find yourselves. It's your first time to Londinium, and you are intrigued by the big city. So you have some opportunities to go sightseeing. You have an entire day. The day is yours. What would you like to do? Would you like to go inside the city? Would you like to get up to mischief out here in the grounds? Would you maybe like to do some practice in advance? What would you like to do? Of course. Not necessarily. No, yeah, you're currently kind of on your own. There may be opportunities to meet each other. You can, of course, intentionally try to meet other people, but that is not a given. Party. Fair, fair. Okay. In that case, please give me a d20 roll. You can just click on the dice there in the corner if you like, or type it in. Ah, okay. A solid 4. It is normally. Yeah, yes. In this game, and I apologize for this 20, but in this game, a 20 is a critical fail. I know, I know, I know. This is totally off brand for you. Unless you're trying to roll to increase your experience, in which 20 is great. All right. On A4, I regret to inform you that no, 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 no. Your character has not died. However, Sir Avalok, you not wanting to get your feet dirty with the waste and refuse of the city, you have chosen to ride your horse through the city. And you had a terrible lapse in judgment. And instead of riding one of your lesser steeds, one of your sumpters through the city streets, you mistakenly rode your charger. And I regret to inform you, your charger is now sick from the contamination of the city streets. He's going to need time to rest and recuperate, and is going to be unavailable to ride in the tournament. Alas. Wow. Well played. Well played. All right. Anyone else? Would you care to venture into the city or allow mischief to find you out here in the tournament grounds? All right, you venture into Londinium and search for a quality tavern, but you quickly discover that the size and scale and the hustle and bustle of the city overwhelms your senses, and you're going to have to give me a d20 roll to see what you end up finding as you stare. All right. Yes, and in fact, rather than finding the tavern you seek, you're just jostled around. Now, fortunately, you had the good sense not to ride your horse into the city. Unfortunately, this left you at the same level as the rabble, and the mobs have jostled you around, and you actually are going to be a little bit less for the wear. Take 1 point of damage from all of the bumps and bruises you get from just the bustle of the city. And then give me another d20 roll to see what you actually find. All right. You do eventually find a tavern, and you have an unexpectedly good meal. So you are going to get a +5 bonus on your next trait or skill roll. Congratulations, you did actually obtain an excellent meal at a quality tavern at the end of the day. It was totally worth your troubles. And actually, so that was Sir Evrain. Sir Avalok, if you wouldn't mind, give me another d20 roll yourself. You have to actually find something of interest in town. Yes. All right. Um, as you're riding through the town, a rough and tumble gaggle of men playing a rugged ball game dash past. Give me a roll against your movement rate. And in order to do that, let's see, you're still on your charger though, because you're in town with your charger. So what you're going to do is roll a d20 against your movement rate on the horse, which is a 16. I believe in the character sheet you can maybe click to roll on move. Wow, there it is. Yes. All right. So this horse is already not feeling well, and so before you were able to get out of town, they you basically what happens is they're playing this ball game. The horse isn't able to get out of the way in time. The ball flies up, hits you square on the head, knocks you down off the horse, and you fall, taking oh, I need to actually roll. Taking 6 points of damage from that fall. You're a little bit groggy. At this point in time, do you leave the city or do you stay for more? So you actually lose the hit points. Give me 1 second and I will answer that question. Yes, it does. You're correct. So I'm going to give you, I'm going to look this up and give you the answer really quickly. When you take damage, arms and armor, blah, 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 blah. This is not an attack, so that doesn't come into play. The armor doesn't come into play. There it is. State losing hit points, taking a major. Okay, wounds. A wound is taken each time a character suffers damage from weapons, falling, or dropped objects. A minor wound indicates bruises, cuts, gashes, or punctures that are highly painful but not immediately disabling. So this is a minor wound. Subtract the hit points. A major wound. So what is your actually what is your major wound your wound characteristic? Actually, there it is, major wound. Now, yeah, this is a minor wound because it is lower than your major wound threshold. So it is a minor wound. You take a minor wound and you lose the hit points. Hmm. Sure. Ah, so while you're scrambling to get back up off the ground and rubbing your head, you're now by being on the ground, you spot lying here, maybe it fell out of the pockets of one of the people playing ball, but there are a few coins on the ground. You find 4 denarii. Um, Sir Evrain, you as you're going through town for the day, you do spot a mounted knight fall as you're getting jostled around. He falls off his horse. All right. Perhaps we could hear from someone else for a moment. Perhaps Dame Lionel or Dame Tamura. Before you kill yourself, you found some money. Are you going to try to spend it too? I'll come back to you in a moment. It's possible. Uh, Perhaps Dame Lionel, do you have any goals for your time? That is correct. So you would be coming in through those gates. Yes, there's food vendors. Yeah. Um, I believe that I did that already assigned you a number inside of the Roll20 character sheet. So I did roll those. If you pull up a character sheet, I'm going to pull up one for the moment. If you go to the holdings tab, there's a character tab at the top, and then there's a holdings tab. Under holdings, you have your currency. Mm-hmm. Okay. You're going to stay in the outside the city walls and in the tournament grounds then. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yes. So you have no problem. Prices are a bit high here though, so it's going to be 4 denarii for a big old turkey leg and a pint of ale, but you're able to secure some decent food and walk around with it. Um, you see small groups of people doing little skirmishes with some of them with either blunted or wooden swords, practicing, getting ready, excited squires off playing ball, different things. You could, of course, try to inject yourself into one of these contests or games if you wish, or you can walk on by. Okay. Um, Dame Tamura, what would you like to do? Hello? Oh. Ah, Dame Tamura, that, yes. Would you like to explore Londinium or wander around the tournament grounds? Ah, yes. Okay, okay, okay. That makes perfect sense. Okay. So you are going to wander around. You're going to see some of those things happening. Give me just a second. All right. One second to pull that up. I had my computer crashed on me when I was getting set up earlier, and so a bunch of the things that I had open are not open. I didn't get that added here, so give me 1 second. We are going to run a little skirmish here. So the first thing is, let me pull up your character sheet. Oh, your Dame Tamura. All right. So as you are walking through the grounds, and you see a few people kind of skirmishing, and one of them flexes as if to show off for you and starts beating one of the other knights with a wooden sword. Give me a roll against your proud trait. To do that, you are going to try to roll d20 less than or equal to your proud trait. You can you can simply click the trait to roll for it. Oh, that is a critical success. Okay, because it's the exact number. Okay, so allow me to explain a couple things about these traits. Um, So when you're rolling against a trait, you're trying to roll less than or equal to. If you roll exactly, you want the highest number possible without going over because that gives you the best success. So the exact number is a critical. Also of note that this in your traits, anything that is a 16 or higher is considered exalted. That is, or sorry, that is famous. That is something you're famous for. That is something that you kind of can't avoid doing when it comes up. So when somebody's kind of trying to show off and make themselves look good, you're proud. You feel the need to put them back in their place and show off yourself. And in fact, a critical success here means that you're going to do just that. So you are going to jump in and you pick up one of the wooden swords that is sitting there, and you're going to make a roll one-on-one against the guy that decided to show off. To do this, you are going to you really don't have a lot of choice as to what the action is at the moment. You are going to pick up a wooden sword and you are going to try to outdo him with it. That is a side effect of having a critical success on your proud. It basically means you have to do that. Now, the good news is you get a check because you had a critical success. So go ahead and click the check mark right next to proud there on your character sheet. That means you're going to have an opportunity to increase it later. All right. Okay, excellent. Now, there's going to be a bit of a contest. So give me a roll on your sword combat skill. And that is going to be contested by this guy. Use the stats here. All right. All right, we're going to roll this. All right. Oh no. So you jump in very proudly trying to show off, and you fail, but your opponent succeeds. You are going to take a bit of damage, but not much because, again, these are wooden swords. All right, you are going to take 8 points of damage. Is that equal to or greater than your major wounds number on your character sheet? Yes, so in the section underneath your characteristics, there's a bunch of things underneath health. It lists hit points, knockdown, major wound. That's fine. It's on both, but in the Roll20 sheet, it's on the character. They're both underneath the characteristics section, and it's in a table that is labeled health. Correct. Correct. Okay, so it's below that. So you are going to take a minor wound, um, and lose 8 points of damage. So we're going to, I will do this really quickly. You're going to take 8, 1, 8, and this is a hit with from a wooden sword. And so I have added a minor wound to your character sheet, and right, and lose 8 points there. Unfortunately, far worse than the damage you have taken is the knock to your pride, because you came in here to show him off and failed to do something. Because of this, you have another famous trait. You're famous for being valorous. You're both proud and valorous. So, you as a character, are you going to stick this out and go again? Or are you going to try to leave at this point? And what would you like to do? All right, please roll valorous. Right, exactly. Exactly. So roll your valorous trait from your character sheet. That is a success. You stick it out. Um, Go ahead and give yourself a check on your valorous, because you really didn't have much of a choice there. And give me another attack roll with your sword. All right. So you succeed because it's below your threshold. And your opponent fails because they got one over. So you win, they fail. You can go ahead and give me a damage roll for your sword. The damage is given under your attacks on your character sheet. And pulling it up, yes. So you can just click the die roll next to that. Oh, that actually rolled the an attack too. Okay, the 11 damage. Cool. So he's going to take half of that because it's a wooden sword. And so now you have traded similar blows. At that point in time, he apologizes for any slight or offense, acknowledges your capability, and attempts to vacate. Do you allow him to do so? Or do you insist that he stick around? Okay. Okay, very good. In that case, you have done just fine. You found yourself a nice little conflict there. Took a little damage, but got a couple check marks. You've gotten to exercise your skills a bit. Let's see. What would Sir Asterius like to do? Excellent. Give me a d20 roll. Okay. Okay. Oh, I like this a lot. I'm pulling up your character to double check something really quickly. All right. As you're making your way through town, a drunken friar throws a few racially skewed insults in your direction. How would you like to respond? Okay. Okay. So you would say you are being merciful? Give me a merciful roll. I believe merciful, you can acknowledge the slight without taking your vengeance upon it. Okay. It's a success. Go ahead and give yourself a check on merciful as you you basically give him a little bit of your mind, but you are not insulting, you are not impolite, and you do not, attack him for his behavior. He mutters some apology and wanders off. Give me another roll as you continue wandering through the streets. Yep. Well, that encounter kind of you found it distasteful, and you end up turning down some smaller side streets, avoiding the general throngs and masses, and you get hopelessly and completely lost through stinking alleyways, and you just waste the entire bloody day wandering and getting tangled and lost. Now, the three of you that did venture into the city, the force of the throngs, the twisting of the city, at some point in time, you do find yourself crossing through um, past St. Paul's Cathedral. In the case of Sir Asterius, that is where your day ends up. Because you finally make your way out of the tangled streets back into the main thoroughfares and right past the cathedral. Um, in the case of Sir Vrain, that is more than likely near the excellent tavern that you found with the good food. Um, in the case of Sir Avalok, that is probably on your way out of town as you attempted to get away from the um, the rambunctious crowds. But you do all find your way through past St. Paul's Cathedral, and so that is fairly obviously marked right here, and it is not that far from your way out of town. Let me read this little bit of a description. Actually, give me really quickly, tell me what your spiritual traits are, the three of you. Okay. Okay. You. Yep. Naturally. Okay. So St. Paul's Cathedral is a massive Roman basilica. The courtyard outside has an interesting sight, a sword driven into an iron anvil set atop a rock. The rock has some sort of inscription. You're not sure what it is, but you may each give me an intrigue roll. Under your skills. Who is that? Because it doesn't tell me the character name on the roll, unfortunately. Okay. Thank you. There we go. Oh, yeah, so because it was all Sir Asterius rolling, it was still under the Sir Asterius label. I see it. Okay. Wow, okay, you have no idea. Clearly. Unstoppable X. That is correct. Or you can save that to tomorrow if you prefer. If you prefer to save it for the tournament. Okay. All right, you fail your intrigue. Okay, so Sir Asterius. You recall something, and maybe you've heard some chatter, but you definitely have some recollection of this. You're pretty sure you can't read the inscription, but you're pretty sure it's going to say something along the lines of "Whoever pulls this sword from the stone is the right wise king of all Britain." um, Sir, let me see. Sir Avalok, you catch sight of a strange figure moving through the crowd. Um, Aged, haggard-looking man in flowing, tattered robes. Little bit of a twinkling in his eyes. Give me a um, give me a suspicious roll. Give me a suspicious roll on +5. Okay. You have heard. You see him going through town, and you're like, I think this is none other than Merlin, the fabled magician. I heard that he is the literal spawn of the devil, and it's only through his machinations and schemes that good King Uther met his doom. Sir Vrain, you have heard some rumors of Merlin as you walk through. Give me a roll against trusting at a -5. That's you, X. Thank you. Oh, just barely. Okay. Now give me a roll against suspicious at a +5. You have heard the same things about Merlin. You're so suspicious. He is the problem. He's not to be trusted. All right. Right, exactly. Um, Let me see here. None of you are terribly trusting. Okay, good to know. And with that, I think we have done what we need to do in town, unless somebody really feels like having more adventures in town before you leave. Um, what kind of what are you trying to secure information? Like what's going to happen tomorrow, or who's around, or yes, okay, very good. I will answer those questions. So, yeah. Keeps catching fire. That's a bit of a problem. All right. So you're going to be divided up into teams. So you're going to be put on a team with other people. There's going to be one team riding with King Leogrance of Camelard. And the winner of the tournament, like the king whose company wins the tournament, is going to become the next High King. That is the plan for this tournament, according to the rumors. But also according to the rumors that you were able to uncover, Merlin himself is here. Please give me a roll on your trusting stat. No modifier, because you are hearing things from a variety of sides and have a little bit more balanced opinion of this at this moment. That's correct. Well, 20, roll the 20. Give it a check. Give it a check. Actually, yeah, I'm going to let you have a check, but here's the dealio. I need to double check how this is going to work. Clearly. So a critical fail. Apparently, when you roll a critical fumble, sorry. You gain a check, but you gain a check to suspicious, not to trusting, because it was a fumble. And you're going to act strongly in accordance with the opposing trait and gains a check. So go ahead and give me a suspicious check at a +5. Okay. Yeah, you are also pretty convinced at this point in time that Merlin is the cause of the instability and problems in the country. Well then. Understood. All right. And with that, you do all eventually make it back to your tent. You get some sleep. And then the next day dawns bright and early. It is the morning of the tournament. The melee field has been staked out. It occupies several acres, heading towards the west, away from the walls. You're all divided up into teams denoted by a red or blue cloth tied around your arm. Each one of you have a blue cloth tied to your arm, and you are told that you are riding with King Leodrantz of Camelard. As you kind of mingle around, you do spot each other. Sir Vrain, you recognize the knight who had fallen off of his horse in the middle of town yesterday. Yeah, you get to ride your Rouncy into battle instead of your Charger. So sorry. But at this point, if you I- if you wouldn't mind going in the order in which you're displayed in the on the screen there, starting with Dame Lionel, if you would just give a brief description of your character for everybody's edification. Oh, the stream. Sorry, stream order. Yeah, just physical description, like maybe how you are carrying yourself, what maybe what weapons you're wielding, however you feel, whatever you think is important to us for your character. Good, good. Sir Asterius. Nice. Okay. Sir Avalok. Oof. Deal. Dame Tamura. She has an arsenal. Good to know. And finally, Sir of Rain. Oh, I'm sorry, you finished. Okay. Makes sense. Good, good, good. All right, Sir of Rain. Okay. Eager. Okay. Very good. Nice. Love it. You may check your energetic. Good job for calling that out. All right. Oh, thanks. It looks like we got a follow 21 minutes ago. Let's Ferreira. So thank you so much for following. Sorry for missing that earlier. Um, the tournament is about to begin. Um, let's take a 2-minute short break. I'm going to go ahead and run ads so we don't miss anything while we are getting started at the tournament, and we'll be back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for the short break. We are back with Pendragon, and we're about to engage in a tournament. So this will be a fun little foray into the. You can't die in the tournament. Then you'd miss all the fun stuff. Okay. All right. So tournaments are similar to battles. They're generally fairly similar. And the way battles work in Pendragon is a sequence of discrete short encounters. So basically, one group of knights pairs up with another group of knights, and you fight each other, and then you move on to the next encounter on a large scale battle. Um, you're going to ride and fight in a unit called a Kanhua, which is going to be 5 to 15 knights plus squires. King Leo Grants himself is leading your Kanhua. So you're just one of those making up the blue team. You will need to work together to generate a morale score. So each of you needs to choose a passion from your character sheet that you would like to be fighting for. This could be one of your passions. It can be honor, adoration, but all passions must come from the same court. And so there's another little detail here that if you all choose the same passion, you get a +5 bonus to your morale. So if anybody has a suggestion on a passion they would like to fight for, maybe give a couple options each, and then you can kind of decide. Because if you do choose the same thing, you get a bonus, but maybe you all just can't agree on something. Well, okay. Okay. So you all agree on honor. Okay. Okay. I believe that gives you a morale score of 20. Very good. Make a note of that. Morale 20. And normally I would. uh, Normally I would add that the morale here as a note probably inside of Lorelink. In this particular case, I'm writing it down in a document. Like I've got a notepad open because I'm going to be running the same adventure multiple times, and so I don't need to clutter it with individual one-run details like that. All right, so an honor of 20, a morale of 20, and you're going to head out onto the field. There is a Okay, one of the ways that battles work too is that there's going to be an initial encounter. It's like the default encounter that's going to happen, but there are going to be additional encounters that could happen. You're going to have some influence over who you actually end up fighting against. Um, the one group that is across the field from you is a group of knights from the northern kingdom of Gore. They are stern men from the kingdom of Gore far to the north. They look a bit archaic, but they fight well. And you do note that they have correctly wrapped their swords to keep them from doing too much damage. This is a tournament after all. Additionally, there is a convoy of knights from another northern kingdom called Lothian. None other than the fearsome King Lot himself leads this group of hardened knights. And capturing Lot would bring tremendous glory and wealth to any knight who succeeded in that desperate chance, but the odds are quite low. You are going to face the Knights of Gore. You may attempt to alter the encounter by rolling battle skill, which would give you the opportunity potentially to do other things, including fighting Lot if you chose to. If anybody would like to do something other than fight the default encounter Knights of Gore, please let me know and then roll your battle skill. Okay. Okay. Sir Asterius, you're wanting to go for something a little bit more interesting? Okay. Well, you have succeeded on your battle check. There is now a chance that you will face the Knights of Lothian instead of the Knights of Gore. Sir Evrain, did you desire to roll a battle check, or are you happy with the default encounter? Well, you don't have to necessarily challenge the king just to fight his knights. Let me. You definitely lean reckless, but that's fine. Okay. You're quite energetic. Actually, give me an energetic roll. All right. Then give me a battle roll. You're going to go for the most, exciting thing there. All right. That is a failure on your battle check. Okay. But Sir Asterius made the battle check. Therefore, you have the opportunity to go up against either one of them. This ends up being my choice now. They're both unlocked. But most of you are interested in fighting the default encounter. And we'll go ahead and do that because I'm not out here to kill anybody today. And so the way this works, and I'm going to show, I actually have these, because I have the starter box, I have these little pre-printed battle cards that includes the unit you're facing, what the morale is, and the stats on the back. I have these also as PDFs, but it's really useful just to have the paper version. I really like the box set. And we're going to do a thing here inside of Roll20. I'm going to set up the encounter just a little bit. Setting something up really quickly. Be right with you. There's that. Rain. Okay. Grabbing tokens, and we're going to actually have a little bit of a battle map we're going to play with. I don't have horses, so your tokens don't have horses. I apologize in advance. Were you, though? Just for the ease of kind of keeping track of things, we'll use this battle map, which I believe you can see now. We're going to, in the player view, okay, there for stream, we're going to zoom that so that it all fits on the screen. Cool. All right, so you're going to be facing up against the Knights of Gore. There's one of them for each of you. Each of you will, okay. Generally, each knight will select a posture for the ensuing battle turn, but because you are doing a mounted charge, you're automatically going to select the valorous posture. This means you'll fight for 2 combat rounds. Each of you will check your valorous trait as you join combat. So once everything is set up, you're lined up against the Knights of Gore. King Leo grants signals a charge, and you put your spur to your horse and begin riding forward. I need each of you to roll for passion inspiration at this time. So what this means is you are going to justify, you're going to pick a passion to roll for, you're going to justify why you're rolling for that passion. And if you have a famous passion, that means one of a score of 16 or higher, you must roll this if the source of your passion is present. You will apply any necessary bonuses. So, give me 1 second. The invocation, the battle, the passion inspiration rolls, the charge opportunities. We just did the opportunities, so we have picked out the encounter. There it is, passions 18. So I'm looking it up in the rule book here. I'm using passions. So in general, you can roll a passion anytime you want. No, not anytime you want. Anytime that there's an opportunity to gain an advantage from your passion. So basically, one of the uses of a passion is you invoke your passion to say that because of this passion that I have, I should get a benefit to the situation that I'm in. Let's say you have hatred of a specific person and that you're in conflict with that person, you can roll your passion to try to gain a benefit to the actions you're taking against them. If you have fealty to someone or love for someone and they're directly involved in what you're doing, you can invoke that passion to gain benefit. Of course, if you screw up your passion roll, you can potentially take a penalty instead. Um, in this case, entering the battle, you are going to pick a specific passion to roll for inspiration. So do let me know if there's what passion you would like to roll, and we'll go through those passion checks. Start with you, Dame Linnell. That is correct. Also correct. Far to the north, but not. They're not Picts. No, no. I know where this is going. That is correct. Yep, the passion of your choice, but you do need to justify it. Why you're choosing that passion. Give me an explanation. Mm, Honor was what you chose for the purpose of your. Well, actually, hold on. You chose honor for your morale, for your group. I don't let me. I don't know if that means that that's what you have to roll. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna double check that you can. Um, um, so you are all selecting a passion for morale does not preclude using that passion later for inspiration. Yes, for sure. Yes, absolutely. Okay, go for it. That makes sense. Okay. So at this point in time, all you're doing is rolling your honor. Okay. Yep, that is correct. Oof. Okay. That is unfortunate and also like surprising. That is a passion crisis. All right. All right. So what happens when you're rolling against the passion? Uh, critical or success give you bonuses. A fumble, you actually decrease your passion score. But on a failure, you enter a crisis, and the crisis can have a variety of effects. Go ahead and see. Regardless of the cause, the character suffering passion crisis must make an unopposed roll against the passion that triggered the crisis. So give me another honor roll, please. Honor roll. Haha. Exactly. This would be a really great time to roll a 20. That's all I'm saying. All right. You are melancholic for the rest of the day. What that means is that you are going to suffer a -5 to all skill and passion rolls today. All right. My apologies to you. Sir Asterius, what is your passion of choice? Okay. Sure, sure. Very well done. That is a success. You are inspired. You may check your passion. You will get a +5 bonus to one single skill or trait that you choose. You choose now. I would point out that charge and sword are not bad choices. Your opening move is going to be a charge. Oh no, well, it's not a permanent +5. It is a temporary +5 for. It's a +5 bonus for the rest of this scenario. Okay. It certainly is. You know what that means? A 20 is a critical success now instead of a critical failure. So that's fine. Perfect. Okay. Sir Avalok, what is your passion? Mark, Sir Avalok. Ah, success. You also gain a check to your passion and a +5 to one skill or trait of your choice for the rest of this encounter. Okay. Dame Tamura, what is your passion of choice? Love for what? You cut out. Yep. Success. You may give it a check, and you also gain a +5 bonus to a skill or trait of your choice for the rest of this encounter. Okay. Very nice. And finally, Sir Ivrain. Wait. Okay. Okay. Roll it. Ah, yes. So they don't feel that you have really welcomed them in an appropriate manner. You have a crisis of passion, and I need you to roll that again. You are melancholic. For the rest of the day, you have a -5 to all of your skills and all of your passion rolls. Yes. All right. Okay, so now you join the combat. You're going to do the charge. Um, Initially, you're going to line up 1 to 1. So your goal is not to kill anyone. It is to subdue and capture as many knights and horses as possible. Um, Now, you are not going to suffer your melancholic effects during this combat. The effects of melancholy will strike after the tournament. I will. Right now, there's too much adrenaline. Okay, in a valorous posture, which is what you have chosen because of the charge, you fight for 2 combat rounds before the encounter ends. The first round would be a mounted charge, and then the second would be melee. You may gang up 2 to 1 against your foes. Initially, though, you are going to line up 1-on-1 because there's an even number of them. You're not going to leave anybody uncontested. The Knights of Gore you're all using rebated weapons, which means that they are blunted, and the Knights of Gore are intentionally withholding their blows. You may do the same, you may choose not to. I'm just going to randomly line you up. according to your positions. Okay. I just have random icons to represent your opponents here. And then we'll kind of go through left to right as you are here. All right, so we're going to go through a little bit of how combat works. So I've got a little combat cheat sheet here. Right now, you're one-on-one. So you're going to declare combat actions. In this case, you're charging. The other opponent knights are countercharging. You're basically charging each other. Then you're going to resolve the combat actions, which is you're each going to roll your charge and compare the result. So let's go ahead and start. Okay, somebody's going wild with the measuring tool. All right, let's start. I'll go left to right on my screen here on the map. Let me adjust the map slightly. That down just a little bit to fit better on the stream. Okay, Dame Lionel, if you would please go ahead and give me your charge roll. That is correct. Your swords are blunted. What you may choose to do is to withhold your blows. That will do less damage. It does not change this roll. Okay. You both succeeded, but you succeeded with a higher number. So, the character wins. So let me double check the rules on this. The partial success. So in general, you want the higher number. I don't know if that's actually a partial success or no, that's not a fail. So you both got a success, but you did not tie. So the character wins. The opponent suffers damage and applies any damage reduction. So are you going to withhold your blows? Very good. So you're going to roll the damage on your weapon, which is your thoughts. It is your lance. So normally that would do 6d6 damage. You are instead going to do 4d6 damage. And because you're dealing with rebated weapons, that the total will be halved. Okay, so that is an 8. There armor and shields absorb damage as a protection value. The actual damage the loser takes is the difference between the winner's base damage total and the armor's armor protection value. If the loser rolled a partial success, they may also apply the shield or parry protection value. So your total damage is 16. Subtract 13. They take a point of damage. Right? And that is a wound, not a major wound. Actually, hold on. That is a 16 damage. That is, I think that it uses the full damage, not the reduced damage, to determine if it is a knockdown. Double checking. Hit point loss equal to con causes a major wound. Yes, we know that. Oh, no, it is not a major wound because it is the only the actual damage taken after subtracting armor and everything. But knockdown, I believe, if the winner's damage is greater than the loser's knockdown, player makes an unopposed dex roll. So you may give me a dex roll, please. That is a success. Oh, nope. You don't roll it. They roll it. My bad. It said player instead of the loser. The damage dealt before the... Okay, whenever a character takes a blow, whether from a weapon in combat or from some other source, the base damage, the damage dealt before the victim's armor, rebated weapons, or other factors reduces it, is compared to their knockdown value, which is the same as their size characteristic. So you have exceeded the knockdown value. They have to give a dex roll. I will go ahead and do a public roll. That is a 2. So that is a success. They stay upright and in the saddle. And took a point of damage. So, well done. You got a hit in. You almost knocked them from the saddle. You certainly loosened them up a bit. But you clearly won that. Sir Evrain, you're next on my list. If you would please give me your charge roll. Very good. And so you both succeeded, but the 7 is higher than the 5, which means you win. So you may roll damage. Are you going to withhold your blows or give it everything you've got? Okay, then give me a 46. That's 7. They take no damage as their armor absorbs it all. Okay. Sir Asterius. You would not. Yes, of course. Yes. Of course. Icantos? No. They are not. They are charging with a spear. Yes. Every number above 20 increases or decreases the number you have to get for a critical, I believe. Increases your critical range. Yes. Okay. Somehow, it only manages to be a success, but it was a success. Well, I fumbled. You succeeded, and I fumbled. Okay, go ahead and roll your damage. Are you going to withhold your blows? Are you going to are you going to withhold your blows? Okay, in that case, yes. So subtract 2 dice from the total damage you can roll. You can always just type 66. You can type roll it /R. Wow. Okay. So that exceeds their knockdown. They're going to have to roll the dex. That is a failure. Also, that 25, we subtract their armor but not their shield because of the fumble. So that makes that an 18, halved as a 9. That is not a major wound by some miracle. But they break their weapon and fall off their horse. Oh no! That's unfortunate. Indeed, you do. So, they fail. The loser is knocked down. They begin the next round on the ground. Oh, and they suffer an additional 1d6 damage. That they cannot get around. Okay. If the damage is greater than twice their knockdown, actually, no, it was not greater than twice their knockdown. Just barely. Okay, so yeah, Sir Asterius charges in and shatters this guy's weapon, knocks him out of his horse, and is standing over him like, ha! Well played. Dame Tamura, it is your opportunity to give me a charge roll. Correct. Okay. All right. You both rolled a success, but their number is higher than your number, which means they partially succeed. They are pulling their blows. All right. So 17, from which you may subtract your armor and your shield. Yeah, I am also looking. There is armor points. 10 plus 6. It's under the characteristics section. All right. So once you have subtracted those, that's 1 point of damage that you take. Lucky you. Yep. Yep. A very, very small wound. There's a 1 point wound. That's all right. And let me see. Your knockdown. But your knockdown value is lower than 17, so I need a dex roll from you. All right. You are on the ground. The ground is nice. Lose 1 more point of damage. No wound, just lose a point of damage. And you're on the ground. All right, cool. Sir Avalok. Your turn. Are you also going to join the ground? You're very passionate. Ah, you succeeded, but correct. All right. How does a 16 compare with your armor? All right. You take no damage, but that is higher than your knockdown. I do. And take 4 points of damage from doing so. Thanks for playing. No. No, that requires actual medical care, treatment, and rest. All right, you've made it onto the field. You have taken the first round. There it is. As you are finishing your charge, some kind of tumult breaks out on the sidelines. I need awareness rolls from everyone, please. Anyone? Thank goodness for Tamara. Man. Okay, Lady Tamara, you can make out the sound of a squire shouting at the edge of the field near Fleet Street. So if you recall from the map, it's the is the southern border of your tournament area. You hear him yelling. Actually, that is just a success. Shouting, yelling. And you can't make out the words, but as you're trying to figure out what's going on, everyone else is still locked in the melee or they're on the ground trying to get back up. The trumpets blare, signaling the end of the melee. Everyone on the field looks confused and starts staring at each other, and you hear a squire yell again. At this point in time, you're all starting to, focus in on what's going on. The sword! The sword! Now everyone can hear it and sees the squire pointing frantically in the general direction of St. Paul's Cathedral. Knights start turning horses and start streaming towards the city. And you join the flow of traffic as you all start streaming in around St. Paul's Cathedral. Actually, you look towards your commander, who says, "Let's go." He points forward and motions you all to follow him. You head up Fleet Street, straight towards the cathedral. Give me horsemanship checks. Hey, those are all successes except for... All right. All right. Okay, Sir Avaloc, you start writing with everything, and you say, "You know what? I am not doing this." You call for your squire, you hand the squire the reins, you hop off, and you do your best to avoid getting trampled. I need a dexterity check. Okay. You're able to duck and dodge and avoid all the horses, but you are the last one there, and you end up kind of having to climb up somewhere at a distance. You're not up close to the action at all. Everyone else has no problem keeping up with the king as you head into the cathedral. Crushing massive knights all try to get through at the same time. It's very claustrophobic as the streets fill up. Everyone's keyed up. Everyone's dying to get in there. Some literally, potentially. You personally see a couple people get trampled. It's only by some miracle that Sir Avaloc manages to duck and dodge and avoid getting trampled himself. But this road leads directly to St. Paul's as it looms up ahead. Knights are just pouring through, struggling for places to stand, to sit. Thank goodness you're on a horse. Um, anyone who would yeah, Mark, you just keep getting pushed to the back. But anyone who is still on horseback may attempt a station roll if they would like to try to get closer to the front of the action. If your station is 16 or higher, you don't have a choice. You must roll it. Basically. Yep. Not yet. You're still hyped up on adrenaline. Yep. Okay. Yes. Yes. Of course. You may check generous. You may check generous, but you may not make a station roll. Very nice. All right, so station. Dame Tamura and Dame Linnell, unfortunately, sexism rears its ugly head, and people are unwilling to get out of the way for you. Right? Sir of Rain, right? Yes. I mean, of course. In fact, give me a proud roll, please. Lady Tamura. Okay. You now need to decide if you are going to roll against merciful or cruel. How are you going to behave in this situation? You are proud. You are going to push somebody out of the way. Or you are going to assert your station now. Are you going to do it in a merciful way or a cruel way? Okay. Rule. You are what? You're going to knock a head out, or describe to me what happens. What do you do? Okay. Okay. You are going to lose 1 point of honor, but you are going to gain 10 points of glory, and you are in the front. Oh, you will lose 1 point of honor, but gain 10 points of glory, and you are now at the front. Sir Evrain, you are also able to worm your way up to the front. Checking. Okay. Very good. The rest of you are kind of standing in your saddles, craning your necks, trying to see and hear what's going on. A squire, still very young and youthful, stands at the stone, watching the knights assemble around him. Some of you recognize him. You've seen him before. The sword is stuck in the anvil as always. The two of you in the front, so Tamura and Ivrain, please give me a recognize roll. That is a skill. With a +3 bonus. Yes? Okay. You, Sir of Rain, recognize that the squire wears the badge of Sir Ector, a minor knight from the hills of Cambria, and that Sir Ector himself is at the boy's side. Each of you may choose to roll either religion pagan or religion Christian. Everyone present, so all 5 of you. Okay. Okay. It would be under your skills. Yeah. Right? Did Sir Avalok wish to roll a religion? Okay. All right. So Sir of Rain and Dame Tamura are both presumably rolling pagan, and Sir Asterius is, yeah, Asterius will roll Chris. So Asterius, you spot Archbishop Dubricus on the steps of the cathedral, his face set and serious. Sir of Rain and Dame Tamura, you recognize the enchanter Merlin amongst the commoners, watching keenly from beneath his hooded cloak. As you're sitting around, you hear the crowd shouting. You make up bits and pieces. He drew the sword. Who did? That lad there. Him? Impossible. Only the king can pull the sword. King Lot finally worms his way to the front, leaps from his horse, pushes the boy aside. If this thing is going to move, it'll move for me, he shouts, and he lays his hand upon the sword grip. He pulls and pulls and pulls until his hand slips from the sword and he staggers backwards. The crowd starts chanting, "Let the boy try! Let the boy try!" Sir Ector, who stands beside the squire, nods to him. The boy lays one hand upon the sword, and he pulls it from the stone without any trouble whatsoever. The crowd gasps in unison. He then slides it back in place. Another knight dismounts, pushes his way to the front of the rock. You recognize this as King Uriens of Gore. Like Lot before him, he tugs and pulls and tries to manhandle it free, but it does not budge. As he steps away, the lad pulls it effortlessly free again. The king! The king! The crowd starts chanting, the king! The king! The boy, the king! King Leogrance moves to the front. He says, the boy drew the sword. The boy is the king. What are you all doing? Are you chanting with them? Are you recognizing the boy as the king? Are you going to try to pull it free yourself? Okay. Who are you looking for? Sure. Give me a you may give me a religion pagan or a recognize roll. There you go. Yeah. He's right over there. Yes, presumably. You did not make it to the front. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's fair. Uh-huh. Nice. Okay. 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 Good. 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 All right. So is anybody going to try to do it, draw the sword themselves, or interfere in any way? Specifically, the two in front. Okay. While you okay. While you're watching all this, King Lot shouts, "Not while I live!" He draws his sword and strides toward the boy. His own guards dismount and are just a few steps behind him. Um, the two of you who are in the front are in the front. You're still mounted. All you have to do is flick your reins, and you can block Lot's path and interject him between the boy and Lot. What do you do? Dame Tamura, do you as well? Okay. All right. King Lot is surprised and then quickly outraged to be cut off and starts slashing at one of you. We're going to. All right. Tamura is even. Evrain is odd. All right. He attacks at Dame Tamura. You do have a slight advantage called you are on horseback and he is not. That is a success. Go ahead and give me an opposed attack. So give me a sword check as you try to interpose. Actually, you have two choices. You can either give me a sword check and try to fight back, or you can give me a horsemanship check to simply try to evade. Your call, Dame Tamora. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's fun. Clearly. All right, so that is a critical. Okay. So you may roll your sword damage plus 4d6. That was weird. All right. Plus 4d6. So that is for you, I believe. Your sword skill is your arming sword 5d6. So you're doing 9d6 damage. Well then, that dude. Oh goodness, that's funny. Yeah, but she didn't withhold anything. So, okay, let's see. I believe. Oh, characters. We have. There it is. Oh, I don't actually have Lot in here. So I have him in one of these cards, though. There we go. Enemy commander card. Well, you've knocked him down. In fact, I mean, he doesn't even get to roll. Because that's more than double his knockdown. So he takes an additional point of damage on top of the 14 points of damage, which is just short of a major wound. And then takes a point of damage from falling over on his armor funny, apparently. His household guards move forward to support him. And you are in combat. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. So give me just a second to set this up. I'm going to pull tokens. I'm going to drop tokens onto the London map for the moment. We're just going to line y'all up. Whoops. You're lined up already, so we'll just go with those assignments. You should be able to all see those tokens on the map. That'll just help me keep track of everything. But Dame Tamura is actually up against King Lot at the moment. All right. Hey. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Really quickly, allow me to introduce ourselves. We are Lorelink. We are here streaming Pendragon, the TTRPG. It's Arthurian legend, and we are in the middle of a conflict. Arthur, the boy, has just shown up in front of the cathedral of St. Paul's Cathedral in Londinium and has pulled the sword from the stone, much to the chagrin of kings who were hoping to become the High King. And we are just about to have that conflict. So short battle is about to commence. So we're going to actually run through this battle. I'm actually going to do this. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yes, you totally are. Totally are. Absolutely. For some reason, my screen isn't showing up correctly. So, give me a second to mess with OBS. I'm going to. We'll transition to this display for a moment so that you can actually see my my screen. And we'll go ahead and run this encounter. So I'm going to start with Sir Vrain. You have not had a chance to go yet, and you are, in fact, in the front. Go ahead and give me your sword check as you rush into the thick of things. You are still on your horse. That means you have a +5. Well done. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have a -5. Correct. Being on horseback when they're not is really good for you. Okay, so you may roll your damage. Your full damage. Of course, it'll get halved when it's applied. Nicely done. You smack one of them, knocking him over. Let's see. Does he have? He does have the opportunity to. He succeeds, so he does not fall over, but he does stagger backwards from the blow and take some damage. Dame Tamura, one of the guards steps over Lot, who's on the ground, and you are now facing off with one of his guardsmen. If you would please give me your sword check for that. Again, at a +5. I'm sorry. I am sorry about that. It is your turn to make a sword check. You were facing one of the guards who stepped over the king, who is still trying to stand up. Okay. Yep. Correct. Perfect. Oh no. You both fumble. Okay. You're still reeling from the blow you dealt to Lot, and drop your sword. Actually, you're still reeling from it. You don't quite have as good of a grip. You still manage to hit his sword really hard. You shatter his sword and then lose your own. You hit so hard, you shatter his, and yours goes flying out of your hand. Dame Lionel, I believe you're going to be up next. You are a little bit out from the front of the action, but there's chaos everywhere, and somebody charges up in defense of Lot, and you're able to get a swing in at him. So go ahead and give me your sword skill or an alternative approach that you would like to have. That's weird. You're not hearing the party. That's very weird. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so the desktop audio is on, but give me a second. Properties. How's that? Can make a noise. it's super weird because OBS was telling me that the audio was going through, so. What in the world? Only you. One more try.
I mean, I was suggesting children will loot pinatas. I was suggesting we could probably let Arthur draw the sword from the stone and then knock him down and take the sword from him.
All right.
Yeah, but he might have other stuff on him.
Can you be heard now? That is the real question.
Hello. What is the best?
Hello.
Buenos dias.
Thorn, can you hear me?
In the Latin.
Oh, hey, thank goodness.
Hip hip huzzah.
Okay, they're quiet. They're quiet, really? Okay.
We're quiet. That's a first time for that.
I'm gonna decrease my volume a little bit because I'm
not an
maxing out all of a
actual
sudden.
issue.
All right, there we go. I'm apparently
More
too
quiet
loud,
or
and I'm
unquiet?
balancing out those audio signals. There we go. We should be better now. Apologize for that.
Controversial statement about current events.
Wait, hold up. All right, so
It's hard to make one of those.
figured out what the problem was, so my apologies for that. I had a setting wrong in OBS. All right, there we go. So, Dame Lionel, sword check. Oh, yeah, go ahead and give me a sword check, and we'll do that.
I haven't done it yet because I wanted you to.
Yep, appreciate it.
Hold on, I'm destroying my desk. Hold on. All right, sword check. So, do I hit under attack or just weapon?
You can click on the weapon, and it'll do the whole thing.
Okay. So this is the arming sword.
Yeah.
Damage modifier? None?
No, none. Okay.
And I've lost track of who I was attacking, honestly.
You are attacking one of the supporters of King Lot, who is charging towards the boy. Unfortunately for you, he hit a critical. He has a very low. He has a very low skill, but that makes this a. That's not good. Okay. I feel like this is going to be bad for you.
Yeah, me too.
So you are, no, your knockdown is 10. That's more than double. You fall off your horse.
Ouchie.
Your armor is 12 plus 6, but let me double check. Oh, you do apply armor and shield, so we subtract 18 from this 34.
Oh, good.
Jeez. And then we're going to divide that in half. So you're going to take 8 points of damage plus 1 point of damage from falling off the horse. So go ahead and add a wound, a minor wound to your sheet. And lose 9 points of damage. And you're on the ground.
So you add wound under HP and wounds?
Yes.
9. Sorry, 1 wound?
1 wound for 9 damage total. And then Avalok and Asterius, you're together. And since you're together on back of one horse, here's how this is going to work. We're going to use the multi-combat system.
Multi-combat.
So, I've got a game rule for that right here. Multiple opponents. In any action against multiple opponents, the character suffers a cumulative penalty per opponent after the first one. So, you're up against somebody on the ground. You're still on horseback. They're at a -10, and you're at a +5. Okay? So each of you get to give me a weapons check of your choice, presumably sword. It needs to be something that can work in this situation.
I suppose we shouldn't let grumpy old men attack children just because they pulled swords out.
Mm-hmm.
Huzzah!
All right. Well, he fumbled, and you succeeded.
Oh, I forgot to.
And you fumbled.
Actually, wait, no. Well, wait, no. That's actually not a fumble.
Oh, you're correct.
I forgot to add the plus. I didn't add the +5.
Wait, is that a crit?
So that becomes a crit instead.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm so glad I pulled you up onto my horse.
Okay.
I'm just like,
So, I need both of you to roll your damage. The critical is at +46 damage. So go ahead and re-roll that damage.
What?
Yeah, so it's 8d6, you know, as one does.
Oh,
No.
4d6, not
No,
46.
sorry.
46. No.
Critical versus, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. That is not an automatic knockdown,
It's
ironically.
Slightly above average.
Somehow he does not fall over from all of this.
Well, he's got 2 swords in him. It's
Yes.
kind of balancing.
Yes. me double check one thing. The character suffers a cumulative penalty per opponent after the first one. Okay.
I have a question when you're
Yes.
free.
Go for it. And while I'm looking this up.
Are Avalok and Asterius the last of this round?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Can we have a break after
Yeah.
they're
we're
done? Okay,
this is
cool.
about to be a perfect break time. I'm there with you.
Yay! Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So he's going to take a boatload of damage.
Might one say an arrow to the knee?
Yeah, maybe so. So, Sir Asterius, your blow glances off the shield, but because of that, the shield is completely out of the way of your comrade's sword that comes in and deals a really rugged blow, doing 8 points of damage to the guy and staggering him backwards. He somehow manages to not fall over, mostly because, as was pointed out, he's getting it from both sides.
Yeah, he is.
All right. So as the fight is going through, is going on, King Leogrance and his knights, plus a half dozen other kings and many, many knights, swarm the area between King Lot and the heir apparent. Oh, sorry. Before that happens, one of the guards manages to get through all the blockade, charges at the boy, who pulls the sword out of the stone and slices his head off in one motion.
Yeah, little buddy.
And then
Glad
King
we didn't try to
Leogrance and the
rob
knights.
him.
Yeah, the area is filled. King Lot
totally
is
weren't gonna do that.
blockaded.
Yeah.
King Leogrance shouts again, "The boy drew the sword, he is by right the king." King Lot, from the front of his troop, "No beardless boy shall ever be my king." "Nor mine," says someone else. "Nor mine," come other voices. "And I say he's my king," from Leogrance, and he kneels before the squire, who accepts the proffered sword, saying, "As I am king, I accept your offer." Now,
Kid has been coached.
what
Again,
do
I
you
suspect
do?
Merlin.
You are, at this point in time, you have fought your way up towards the front as you have jumped into the fray. You have the opportunity to swear loyalty to the king and follow Leogrance's suit. What do you do? If you don't know what to do, I have help for you. You may roll honor if you don't know what to do. If you don't know what to do, roll honor.
I have some
I
advice
swear
for you.
loyalty.
You what?
I swear loyalty.
Okay, you swear loyalty. All right.
I mean, basically, I suspect Merlin is behind this, but on the other hand, it's the best chance for me to get out of that backwater town and into something much more interesting. So, yeah, we'll swear fealty.
Okay.
I'll hop off the horse.
Dame Linnell?
I've been talking. Of course, I was muted. Have I made it up there, or am I still?
Yes,
on the ground?
you're close enough at this point as you fought forward.
Linnell will swear fealty to the new king.
Asterius.
Asterius is silent for a moment while thinking, and says, "I have already sworn my allegiance to the emperor of my homeland, but as the child is innocent and has done nothing to make me think that he is anything less than honorable," muttering under his breath despite my issues with the process, I pledge my honor, at least, while I am in his lands.
Okay.
So I must roll honor then?
You do nope. If you choose to pledge honor, that is all you need to do.
Okay, great.
Tamura, would you like to pledge your loyalty or roll honor?
Yeah, she will also be silent for a moment and consider, but that she's going to trust that the sincere lady sent her there and that the child is innocent, even if she's slightly dubious of the whole process, that she will pledge loyalty to the new king.
Very good. As soon as King Leogrance kneels and you all follow suit, quickly the crowd kneels, all except for Lot and his followers, who throws his rebated sword to the ground with a clatter and says, "I'll be back with a sword that won't fail me." He leaps on top of his horse, his guards follow suit, and they go galloping out of town, nearly trampling some of the crowd.
Rude.
"Hail King Arthur!" shouts Sir Ector, thrusting the sword aloft. "Hail King Arthur!" echoes the crowd. And we are going to take a, what do you say, 10-minute break? 15-minute
Sure.
break? What do you want?
Enough for coffee and munchies.
All right,
I think 10 would work.
let's do a 10-minute break. We will see you all back here in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry that break ended up being more like 15 minutes, but that's fine. That's why we targeted 10. um, Once again, we are here with Lorelink. We are currently playing Pendragon. We're using the starter adventure from the starter box set. Pendragon TTRPG is a lot of fun. It's one that I've played a number of times in the back, but in the past. I really love playing it. I've never GM'd it before. In fact, I don't think I've played it since 4th edition, and this is 6th edition. But anyway, not a lot has changed. They've really just tightened up the rules, cleaned it up, and done a much better job with the presentation in the books. They're truly wonderful. Do a really good job of walking you through everything. LoreLink is our GM planning tool, our campaign management tool to make it easy to run games. So I have gone through 2 different sessions on the stream doing the planning and prep for this playthrough. And now we've got LoreLink in the main window here, and then you've got Roll20 in the small window to kind of show off maps and things. I'm going to go ahead and clean up this conflict because we are now out of that conflict. And we're going to move on to the next section of our adventure. So, you all as knights are early loyalists. You've pledged to Arthur, and as a result, things quickly move forward at this pace. King Leogrance and one second, I'm blanking on his name. My apologies. King Leogrance and Sir Ector quickly sweep the boy and the sword and you and a few others into the cathedral, leaving a contingent outside. The bishop, the Archbishop Dubricus, leads the way into the cathedral. The 5 of you are chosen to remain here in front of the altar at Sir Paul's Cathedral, where the sword is placed in a position of honor on top of the altar, and you are told to guard it until other arrangements can be made. Through the conversation between Sir Ector and the boy and the king and the archbishop, they all are having this conversation where they agree that this is one of the holiest places in the city. No one would dare to come in here and tamper with the sword. Even King Lot wouldn't dare to come in here at this point in time.
That Merlin guy, though, don't trust him.
So they're going to call a great gathering of barons for Candlemas on the 2nd of February. And so you're going to be in the midst of the guard. They have a total of 24 knights standing in 3 8-hour shifts, 8 nights each. And they don't expect much to happen, but they still want this guarded continually. Let's see. There are several large beeswax candles lighting the cathedral. Not great, but enough to see out shadows in the vaults and alcoves. It's a large place. And just as a reminder for the players, there are no pews in this church. It's just a big empty space. People were expected to kneel on the ground or stand. The cathedral itself has entry through 3 doorways. On the west side are several double doors, and then there are double doors entering the north and south transepts, and 1 knight is stationed at each entry to slow anyone coming through, and the rest of you stand watch, with leaving 5 around the altar. So you are on the watch this evening. After dark, you are brought food in. As you are allowed to rest and recover. You've retrieved your full, non-blunted weapons. You are brought food, allowed some opportunity to rest just a little bit before your shift starts this evening after dark. Any other preparations you would like to take before it is time for your shift at the guarding? And does anybody have any intention of declining this honor?
No.
No intention of declining, but question regarding further preparations. If you remember during our first battle, because I got the odd damage roll, my Kontos, my two-handed lance,
Yes.
broke.
Correct.
Would this be enough time or appropriate setting for me to be able to repair that?
You could take some time to repair it if you would like. Do be aware that your horses will be stabled nearby, and your lances will be kept there as well. There's no
Okay.
need for a lance, and you're generally not going to use a lance, especially a two-handed lance, to guard. You're going to use your swords, and if you have like a spear or something, maybe have that. But it's a
Okay,
melee
sure. So
situation.
basically
You're not
worry
going to have your
about it
horses.
later.
Yeah,
Okay.
Did
but
I can
yes,
do that.
it's a good call.
Is this the same day or has time passed?
This is the same day. Same day.
Okay.
Things are moving forward quickly.
Linnell
I'm like-
will accept the honor.
Avalok will definitely accept the honor, muttering something about that Merlin. And then we'll seek Sir Asterius out because he's curious about this new two-handed lance thing he seems to have brought from foreign lands, and basically how that seems to have how effective it was in battle.
Right? All right. Okay. Then moving on towards dusk, you take up your positions. The candle lights are really, the candles are in the vaults and alcoves. They light it up a bit. It's still flickery, shadowy, not super bright, but there is a guard at each doorway. They have set a strict curfew in the city, so no one is to be out after dark due to the chaos that has commenced. And at this point in time, I need each of you to kind of decide how aggressively or seriously you're taking this. Like, nobody thinks anything's going to happen. They've set a curfew in the town. There's guards at the doors. Are you going to be hanging out, shooting the breeze, rolling dice? Are you going to be snoozing? Are you going to be taking this very seriously?
I am going to be, of course, being a very serious type of man, Sir Asterius, will be taking this seriously as it is a good opportunity for him to be able to observe everyone's conversations that may be going on and just keep an eye on things, perhaps learn a bit more about this very strange place that he has been banished to, essentially.
Very good. Please give me an energetic roll.
Done.
Wow. Check energetic.
And that's how you know, once again, that this is definitely a game and not real life for me.
You are going to have a +5 bonus for the next significant roll. I am going to need give me one moment. Who is it? It is, there it is. Sir Evrain, I need you to give me an energetic roll, please. Since yours is a 16, you have no choice but to attempt to be energetic. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
You may check energetic. You also have a +5
I'm
to
not
the
serious
upcoming
about
rolls.
reading this.
What's that?
I'm paying attention, but if I get bored, I'll probably start start doing semi-training-ish, swinging my sword around just a bit.
Very
And I
energetic
get
of you.
bored.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. Dame Tamura, how seriously are you going to take this?
She's taking it seriously. She's expecting trouble after all the mess
Okay.
outdoors earlier. Also knowing that she personally really pissed off us, another king. You know,
That's
all
fair.
things considered, she's like,
That's a good point.
so she's expecting trouble, and she's going to keep an eye out on everything after
Okay.
having fed and finished basic preparation. Just be observant.
Perfect. Please give me an energetic roll.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Oh no, actually, it's not too shabby. Hopefully. Hello, Fumbo.
Oh no. Okay.
Still, I'm
Please,
staying by that French standards. 20 is the perfect score, and I'm
right?
from Britain. My character is from Britain, so
Please lose. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. I believe that's true here as well. This is for traits. So when you fumble a trait, you act strongly in accordance with the opposing trait. Please check lazy. Put the check mark as opposed to rolling it.
oh, sorry. Yeah. So it's just the check mark, or do I
Yep.
need to?
Just the check mark.
Okay.
Do I put a check mark on energetic?
Yes, if you get a critical, you do a check mark. Have a luck.
Like Avalok basically is still somewhat concerned about Merlin.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not a particularly energetic or lazy fellow, but he is a very indulgent fellow.
Okay.
And so, like, I think, like, I don't think here he's going to, like, indulge in wine or anything else like that, because that would be, you know, he knows that's going to be frowned if he can read the room enough to realize that's going to be, but he wants to at least indulge in at least some form of social interaction. So he's going to try to basically keep a conversation going with those others in the room, trying to figure out who they are, where they've been from. Basically, he's convincing himself it's because it's the way of keeping everyone awake through this long vigil, is to keep us all talking and moving, and therefore, that's what keep us awake. And that's really the important part, is that we all just kind of stay awake through all of it, not necessarily that we're basically keeping a keen eye out on the sword.
Okay.
But we need to at least basically stay awake, and he'll also, you know, indulge a little bit in his conspiracy theories.
All right, you may roll indulgent. Success. So you effectively get the benefit of acting energetically. You are paying attention, you're engaging, etc., just as you described. Very good. And finally, Dame Linnell.
Just checking one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, Dame Linnell is taking this seriously.
Okay. Please give me an energetic roll.
Jeez.
Please give me a lazy roll.
Bleh. Give you a lazy roll or check lazy?
Nope, give me a lazy roll. Okay. You are able to act how you choose, so you wished to be energetic. You may pay attention and not drowse off.
Great.
Now, I need all of you to give me an awareness roll. If you had a critical success, add 5.
Question.
Yes.
Is melancholic now in effect, and at what point does it fall off? Because
Ah.
you said the rest of the day.
Yes, you're correct. So melancholic is now in effect. As soon as the adrenaline wore off, it hit. And it is effectively for the next 24 hours. So that would be a -5. If you are both a critical and energetic and melancholic, then those cancel each other out.
You said awareness?
Yes. Awareness, please. See if I can. Looks like. There we go. Scroll this down. It's not showing the. There we go. Not showing the results on screen as I intended.
Good grief. So that's a... I failed, so there's an additional -5?
All right, so you just
Really
failed. Oh, your threshold was a 3?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
I really failed. It's a big failure.
It's good. It's fine. It's fine. You're good.
I must be lost in thought or something.
Okay. So everyone else succeeds.
Oh, good.
Nobody critically
Good job.
succeeds. And you are the only one who fails. Okay. Which is really entertaining for me right now. Those
I
of you
don't
who
like that.
Those of you who succeed at your awareness means you have heard something. Like you're not sure what. Just a little bit of a rustle, a little bit of a scratch. Like
Merlin's in the walls.
you glance around, you don't immediately see anything. But you think it maybe came from the south.
It must be Merlin skulking about.
What do you do? Each of you can tell me individually before we react.
I guess the first question is which one of us is closest to the south? Hey, what bomb?
Which one of you is closest to the sound? That's a great question. Let's just assume it's in the order of your awareness rolls. So the highest roll was from Dame Tamura. Being the closest, and Sir Asterius being the farthest.
So if we're like trying to have the impression like she's heard something and she cannot really say what it is, but she's most likely to be expecting like the other king and his minions to try to pull something bad.
Okay.
The people she would be expecting.
Okay. So what would you do at this point in time? You've heard something, you're not sure what. Do you shout out? Do you raise the alarm? Do you go investigate? Do you grab a candle and start wandering around?
She has a candle in one hand, her sword in the other, and she's going to step forward a little bit, but she's not going full on investigation because she also thinks that if it's them, they're probably more or less likely dumb enough to just move forward and reveal themselves because they've not been seen as very subtle so far.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna wait to answer this question. Till some of the rest go.
Okay. Yeah, well, you haven't heard anything, so you can only react to what the other players are doing. So that makes sense. Evrain?
There's a Sam. I mentioned that I hear something, and I'm at, trying to be extra observant and see what I can.
Okay.
I'm paying extra attention.
Sounds good. Avalok?
I will call out to, basically, I believe it was Dame Tomorrow who was closest.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So basically, I will call out to her to shout if you see something, and then I will double my watch on my entrance to make sure that this isn't some kind of distraction or other plan and will not be taken unaware by staring off to the distance.
Okay. Sounds good. And Asterius?
Darius is looking around very warily and being both more towards the spiritual side of things and also fairly well versed in folklore, is worried that it might be a presence of some sort, not easily defeatable with a sword, but all the same has one hand ready to draw sword out and is praying under his breath.
Okay. And finally, Dame Linnell, you have been told at this point that there is a noise. A couple are going to investigate.
Okay. In that case, noticing everybody else's reactions and having been alerted, Linnell will draw a sword as silently as possible and become more aware.
Okay.
Like looking in all the shadows, listening harder.
All right. I would like each of you to give me another awareness roll, please. I'm going to double check. This is an opposed skill roll. So I believe it works the same as
I've
the others.
discovered I have dark vision. I can see darkness.
Wait, what?
So
Yeah.
In my case, with the -5 for melancholic,
Mm-hmm.
does that make it a 2?
The -5 applies to the threshold, not the roll.
Oh,
I forgot to
Understood.
apply the -5 to my awareness, but it's still a success, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a
think so.
success.
okay. Well, in that case, I did not succeed. 8 minus 5 is 3.
Oh, yours started as an 8. Okay.
Yeah, because there's no way to do a negative modifier in the thing.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, it won't let you do like -5. It just ignores it.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Weird.
It's been working for me.
Oh,
That's-
is it working for you? Maybe it worked. Maybe that's why the threshold was a 3.
Negative didn't work for me either when I tried it earlier.
Huh. Okay.
Oh, it did work the first time. Okay. That's weird. Okay, anyway, it's 7 versus 3, either way.
Okay. Double checking something really quickly because I think that the contested skill roll works the same as the combat rolls. Basically, you're each rolling to see who does better. All right, so we're gonna do this. I'm gonna roll these in order. I'm gonna do GM roll. That is a failure, so if Brain succeeds, Asterius fails. Avaloc fails. Oh, wow. Tamura critically succeeds.
Tamura is fast becoming our star.
Pretty much. So, laws of any, most of you see nothing, but Vrain spots some figures slipping in the dark from the doorway. Tamura, you identify a band of Picts entering the church. Half-naked men covered in strange sigils. And it is time to fight. Ba-da-ba-bum. Okay. Give me a second to set up the board.
Commonly, basically, raves commonly found at abandoned churches. Yeah. I mean,
Right.
this is not going to do anything to convince Avalok that this isn't Merlin's doing. Obviously, strange pagans invading a church with runes and sigils on them. Yeah,
Right.
this is a Merlin thing. We got Merlins. We got here the Merlin problem. One of them wizards start going around. You gotta deal with it.
Nice.
Avalok's the dead wizard.
Mark,
Right.
do you have lawn care going on outside your home?
I do.
Okay.
That's that noise. All right, so so the two of you that see something are able to draw your swords and move to engage. The others are caught off guard. The critical success from Tamura is going to give you a +5 to this. You are facing down a pair of Pictish warriors. They have charged shields and battle axes, and are coming at you. So we're going to do this. I'm going to start based upon your awareness. So Dame Tamura, I'm going to read these rules really quickly. You are up against 2 opponents. You may attack both of them and have a -5 on your skill for each of them. Or you may choose to ignore one of them, which doesn't give you any penalties, but one of them is going to get an unopposed action against you. They basically get a free stab at you. So do you want the penalty, or do you want to keep up your defense?
Okay. I think I'm going to try to attack both and say a prayer to
Very good.
my goddess and be like, we're gonna do the thing. So now I need to figure out what I'm going to use against the second one. Hang on, I may have an idea. Just yes, since she had when things started, she had candlestick, which I suppose may have been brass or something in the
Yep.
cathedral, and her sword in the other end. Could she bash the candlestick and try to bash the candlestick into one of our opponent's face with like brawling or something?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that as a brawl. So you're going to hit one of them with a candlestick and another one with your sword?
And I apologize because I think my audio is problematic again.
Oh no. So you're going to hit one with the candlestick and one with the sword. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So give me a brawl and a sword check.
Awesome. Starting with the sword. Here's to brawling people. Well, power of the candlestick, I guess.
Remember, you had a you have a +5, -5, -5 for multiple opponents, +5 because you had a critical success. So you have a failure and a hit. Brawling. Let's see, what is the damage from a candlestick? Let's call that we'll treat it as the same, bludgeoning damage. We'll treat it the same as a dagger. 2d6 + 5 on your damage for that hit. Actually, hold on. Let me double check. I believe was a fail. Yeah, that was okay. Yes, so that was a successful hit. You do damage with that one.
So I'm just using the dagger thing then.
Yeah, sure. Just the dagger damage is fine.
Okay.
Perfect. So 8 damage. Misses their knockdown. So they're going to lose 4. All right. So they take 4 points of damage. The other one, unfortunately, that you missed against did hit with a battle axe.
Well, ouch.
And does 14 points of damage, but that is absorbed by your armor. Unfortunately, it is enough to trigger a knockdown, so I need you to give me a dex roll. That is a success, so you keep your feet.
I like my feet.
And that is you, Sir Evrain. You also have 2 coming at you. So I will need a couple attacks from you.
Hit one of the goons. Oh, did it not give you the roll? Come on. I thought I said submit. There we go.
Okay. That's awesome. That's a hit. Okay. You won that conflict.
And
And
other goon.
other goon won the conflict because he had a higher roll without going over. So 11 points of damage from the arming sword. They have armor of 4, so you do 7 damage to him. And that 11 is enough to knock him down. So let's take 7 points of damage and has to roll a knockdown. That isn't going to do it. He is on the floor. Let's use that. He is on the ground. The second one, however, beats you slightly. So he gets to roll his attack. 18, from which you subtract your armor and shield, which is 16. So that's 2 points of damage that you're going to take. So that is a
How many
minor
is it?
wound for 2. But that
wrong direction.
that surpasses your knockdown. So you do need to give me a dex save. Perfect. You keep your feet. All right.
Slice down at the first one, then quickly move my arm back to stab at the guy behind me.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Little buddy going all crouching tiger, hidden dragon over here. Hell yeah.
Right.
Huh?
Okay. The others, you have not seen them. I'm trying to figure out the best way to handle being unaware. Let's look at the awareness skill really quickly. Use the skill when a knight is listening for something. Attentiveness, sixth sense, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't do a great job of telling me what a failure to spot would be like in this particular case. So I think I'm just gonna allow you to have your normal attacks.
I mean, if they're well timed and they hit me
Yeah.
at the same time as everyone else starts fighting.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is there a surprise mechanic in this?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and that's what I'm not seeing. So I think we're going to just ignore it for the moment, but and move along. I need to figure that out, though. Surprise. Because you are technically unaware of this, but they're still jumping in at you. So go ahead and I'm going to start with Sir Avalok. If you wouldn't mind, please give me a couple attacks to oppose these guys.
Is Mark still
Mark?
AFK?
Maybe. Sir Asterius,
Sorry.
if you wouldn't mind.
I missed my name.
Sir Avalok, it is your turn. Please give me 2 attacks.
I will give you 2 attacks on 2 different targets. Ha 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 ha.
-5
Taste
to
my
each.
sword. Taste my sword, evildoer. I mean, you seem to be the types that like to lick weapons, so you know. Haha! A resounding mid success. And then the second one. A resounding failure.
Okay. So you succeeded on a failure and failed on a success. So you get 1 hit,
Glad I got that in the right
and
order.
they get 1 hit. Roll your attack damage.
Oh, it didn't actually roll damage. Ugh, fine. 46. A resounding middle of the road. Wow. Okay.
That still does 9 points of damage and warrants a knockdown roll, which they succeed barely. So
My finger is hovering over the next button.
the next one,
My armor is 16.
you absorb all that armor. Is that above your knockdown?
Knockdown is 12. It is above my knockdown.
Dex. You're good.
I cough, but remains standing. Congratulate him on his solid blow.
Right? Asterius, you again have the choice of fighting both of them or giving one of them a free attack to not have a penalty to attacking the other one. Your choice.
So if I give one of them the free attack, basically, would I be able to use my Targe shield?
Yes.
Okay. Then I am willing to do that. If we are looking for a way to factor in the awareness failure before, I would point out that for Sir Asterius being new to these lands, he's never seen a Pictish warrior before.
That's fair.
So a bunch of half-naked men running out of the shadows covered in sigils, he's probably thinking he's fighting Jinn or something.
That's fair.
So he has, yeah. So yeah, let me, I guess for the first guy, I will use the shield to try to absorb as much damage as I can, and then on the other guy, I've got my sword.
As a reminder, if anybody, and I don't know that anything applies here, but if anybody can make a case for why they should be allowed to roll a passion for a bonus, you may always try.
I mean, I can always argue. Let's I'm going to make an attempt.
Okay.
It may be a feeble attempt, but I'm going to argue that if he thinks that he's fighting these supernatural creatures, the Jinn, right? He is protecting, calling up his homage to his lord, like, protect me, protect the Emperor, protect my lands, protect these lands, all of that kind of thing. He is defeating the evil supernatural influences to defend. This sounded good in my brain.
I would give you that for either honor or devotion god. Actually, definitely for devotion.
Okay.
If you think they're demons, devotion god is the passion I would choose for that.
Okay, if that's the case, I've got 10 in devotion for god there. I'll take it.
Okay.
So should I roll a devotion?
Yeah,
then?
go for it.
Damn.
That's fine. What's the worst that could happen? You have a
famous
passion
last
crisis. Roll your
I would,
devotion god again.
I would be freaking the fuck out right now. So I would say, yeah, that would be, because again, I think I'm fighting.
Okay. You are you will become melancholic after this encounter.
That's fair.
But no other penalty at the moment, so you may continue with your attack.
Probably look freaking great brooding too. Yeah.
Right?
So that's
You're
fine.
like basically you're freaking
yeah.
out by the fact that you're struggling internally with this these clearly demonic creatures coming in.
Yeah.
Your
And
faith is shaken.
afterwards, when I probably figure it out, just figuring, my god, this is a land where half-naked men with drawings on them can charge at you at any given moment. What is this?
Right.
So I am then rolling. Let's see, what do I roll for shield against the first guy?
So you will get your shield in your defense against it. You don't roll
Okay.
anything.
Fair.
And then the second one, so I'll roll that. Oh, sorry.
Cool.
My bad. Wrong lever. 14 is
Wrong lever.
That is a. Oh no, that's a critical.
Brr.
So sorry.
Dear heaven.
So you're going to subtract 16 from that. That's
God, hold on.
21.
Thank you.
That's a major wound.
Yes, it is.
And you have to roll dex for knockdown.
Okay. Dex it is. Success.
You're not knocked over, but you do lose the 21 points. And
Okay,
take that major
so
wound.
it's 1 wound
Yes,
and 21 points of damage.
correct.
And this is Pictish guy.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then for the
Roll your attack on the second one.
Yep. Do I have a penalty since I've
Nope.
been
You're doing this
royally-
concurrently.
Okay. All right, Srod it is. Srod of Justice. Srod of Justice!
You hit, they fail. So give me a damage roll with that sword.
Doing it. Please roll. Thank you. There we go.
Right.
Yeah, well.
14 damage. All right. They have 4, so they take 10. 10 is less than a major wound, but they still, the 14 is above their knockdown. So they have to, oh, they critically succeed at their dex save, so they do not fall down.
Damn.
All right. And finally, Dame Linnell.
Oh boy.
You are jumped by a couple of Picts as they start to attack you. What do you do?
Oh, I get really angry. I get really angry.
Uh-huh.
And in fact,
Passionate, you might say?
get passionate. I passionately abhor the Picts.
Well,
Uh,
give me a passion roll.
So I'm gonna roll that. Do I have -5 from melancholic to this?
Yes. Wait, no. Hold on. I don't know that that applies to passions. One second. Before I just say something.
I have written down that it does, but I may have
Oh, no,
gotten
it is
wrong.
skills and passion. So yes, it is a -5 to this. It's
Okay.
traits that are not affected.
Right.
Oh, you got it. Cool. You have a
Okay.
+5 to
Power of Spite.
a skill of your choice during this encounter.
Do a skill of my choice.
Like the sword, for example, if that's your weapon of choice.
Yeah.
Does
Mhm.
melancholic apply to attacks?
Combat skills are skills, so that means that you have no
Oh.
benefit, no penalty to your sword skill.
And I
That to me, right?
oops,
Yeah, for
made
you.
that mistake last
Okay,
round.
so that
Okay.
means
It's fine.
Oops.
that means I'm just rolling my sword as normal.
Now, if you want to attack both of them, it's a -5 to both of those attacks. If you want to focus on
Okay.
one and let the other have a free hit, you can do that instead.
No, I don't believe I would like to focus on one. I would
Okay.
like to hit each.
All right, give me 2 rolls.
So it's 2 rolls at -5 each.
Correct.
Okay. There's
Success.
one.
And failure. Okay. So that first one is a success, and it's better than their success. So you get to roll damage for that first one.
All right. Does melancholic affect damage?
Nope.
Okay. And my damage is 46.
All right. So they take 6. And that 10 is not enough to knock them down. So the next one, you failed, they succeeded, so they get to hit you. They hit you for 16. That is less than your armor. You take no damage, but it is more than your knockdown. So you have to give me a dex roll.
And that's -5 also. Or is it, no, it
that is a
doesn't affect
characteristic. It is not a
characteristics.
skill or a passion.
Okay. Well,
oh
shoot.
no. So he hits you so hard that you spin as you go down, hit your head on the ground when you land, and take 6 points of damage.
Ow! So is that a wound?
Yes. All right.
Are you trying to kill us?
Nope. So with that happening, the 2 other guards that are still alive rush into the fray to help the those in the most trouble.
Oh, yay.
Dame Tamura, if I could, you still want to attack both of yours, or do you want to focus on one?
Lady S?
I'm sorry.
It is your turn. Would you like to attack both or focus on just one?
We're rolling.
Yep.
So it was a sword and a brawling and.
Okay.
Because that candlestick was my lucky charm last go, so we need to stick with
That
what
works. Nice. Okay. So the candlestick hits.
Is the thing.
Roll the damage.
Who would have thought?
Okay, that is 9 damage. It doesn't knock them down. It does 5 points of damage. One second. I'm having a little bit of a problem here, so we'll just do it this way. There we go. Got that updated. The next one, though, you fumble and they succeed. So that's a problem for you. You take some damage because they get a crit effectively. You're going to, they're going to do 18 points of damage. Now, armor takes care of 16 of that. So you're going to take 2 points of damage, but you have to give me a dex save to avoid knockdown. And you succeed, so you're still up.
Still on my feet, and I'm adding 2 of damage. Is it a wound or just 2 points?
Technically, every source of damage is a minor wound, and the reason for that is that they all get healed separately. But Sir Evrain, if you would please, are you going to focus on one or attack both again? X.
I'm going to focus on the one that's down.
Okay. You're at a
Hit him while
plus
he's
5.
down.
You're at a plus 5, so no, that negates your penalty. Roll your attack. Oh no, really? That's a problem. You both
The
fumbled.
dice are trying to kill me.
Yes, clearly. If you both fumble, you both drop your weapons. The other one gets a free attack and fumbles and drops his weapon. Unbelievable. So you are currently against 2 opponents with no weapon.
This is looking less like a serious fight, investigate epic fight, and more like a, well, Three Stooges routine.
It really is. Sir Avalok,
Aha! I'm here.
attacking both or focusing on
shall-
one?
Oh, I will continue to attack both. It worked so well last time. Sword 1. This is at -5, right? Is it
Yep.
attacking both? A success.
Roll damage. They failed.
Followed by. Maybe I should actually do damage version. 15 points of damage, not a ton. Slightly
That's
better.
11. And they have to roll to stay up. And they do.
That's right. Remain on your feet. Makes it easier for me to hit you. Demonic cowards.
Not exactly how that works,
None.
but... Oh
Did
my.
I just roll a critical of 9? Okay, no, it didn't actually double it. But dear goodness. So it's up to you whether it's you double that or I roll 8d6 instead.
Roll 8d6, please.
Thank you. That is 6, 1, 1, 1.
Nice critical, though. Nice job on the crit, because they had actually succeeded
Yeah.
on their roll, so... Oh my.
Okay, that's the opposite of 6, 1, 1.
Well, they're
Hi.
they're dead.
just
Just
deflect one
straight
blade high and then
knock
just
them out.
spin, and basically just stab
You-
through, and they're like, "Well,
You
good
swung
thing these
around and
demonic
just...
scum die like ours."
Yeah, you severed the head clean from the body with that swing.
Good news, my fellow knights. These days, scum die like mortals. God is on our side.
Yeah. Okay. Sir Asterius, you effectively have only one combatant because one of the other guards came up to cover you.
Okay.
So you can give me just a single attack without that pesky -5 penalty for multiple combatants.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
A success.
Yeah, so they're so close. They're down to 3 hit points. I don't know if you can see the health bar above them, but they're not looking good, and they have
Yeah,
to
I
roll to
only
stay
see
up.
my health bar.
And they are on the ground now. After that, and that means they take... Oh, there it is, 6 points of damage. You hit them so hard, they bounced off the floor, hit their head, and that killed them.
Oof.
So that means that these guys can...
Coming in clutch with a subdural hematoma.
Right? So we're going to do a little contested roll here really quickly between these two. That is a miss from them and a hit for our guy, who does 5d6 with the sword. 12. Oh, that's only 8. But that is enough to warrant a, oops, wrong. Hit the up arrow more often. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's a success. They don't fall over. Dame Linnell, you also have only one guy to worry about right now, but you are on the ground. You can attack from the ground at a -5, or you can stand up and take a free hit.
So attacking right now, I'm already at -5. So I'd be at -10.
Yeah. You did succeed. You do have a +5 from your
Hate.
passion, though.
Yeah.
So it's only -5.
Okay, well, in that case, yes, I'll have a swing at him.
Okay.
Just sword -5?
Yep. And they fumbled,
Okay.
so.
Oh, great. Hopefully I won't also. Well.
So. Fail versus fumble. The opponent, they break their weapon.
Oh.
So that's good for them. And
Good
then
for
the
me.
other two. Yeah, that's good for you, yes.
I'll take it.
We have 2 fumbles over here, so we have 2 people over here without weapons, because that's literally, I rolled 2 20s in a row. Dame Tamura.
Remember, she's having audio issues.
Yep.
Yeah. So about to beat up. Well, that's
All right, so you can make
hang
your 2
on.
rolls.
Yes, I'm on it. Because also, if it's my turn, I need to listen through Discord. Otherwise, I have delays and it's driving me bonkers.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
But we're making it happen. I will still beat these two.
Okay, do
I'm
it.
stubborn like that.
Okay. Okay, so the unfortunate thing is that the first one criticaled against you, and the second one had a higher roll than you that was a success. So the first one, ouch,
Indeed. Ouch is
going
correct.
to hit you. You're going to subtract 16 from that. So you're going to take 17 points of damage and need to give me a dex check.
Hang on, because my sound is misbehaving again. Great.
Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. I have everybody needed to repeat. So,
It's okay.
okay, got it.
Also type it in the chat.
Yeah, I just saw that helped.
Cool. You're good.
So did I still take 17 of damage?
Yes.
Okay, let me fix that. So I remember that it's a sorry thing to for my health right now. There we go.
The second hit does just 1 point of damage. Uh-oh.
I'm doomed.
Another 4 damage.
Well, I don't have any HPs left. I mean,
Okay, you're at
negative
0?
HPs, if that's
Okay.
possible. Yeah.
Then you drop to 0, and you are unconscious.
Good times.
Okay.
That might be helpful in my audio issues.
Oh, you know what?
Question
Hold
mark?
on. They both lost their weapons that time. Hold on. They didn't get to do that.
Oh,
I forgot they both
They
lost
swing
their
at you with the
weapons.
broken stumps of their swords.
Yeah, they actually just leave. You know what? Have all that damage back. They in fact they don't have a brawl skill worth mentioning. You get 1 free hit at each of them as they leave.
Two new recruits who decided that maybe the whole screaming picture full commitment to the thing just isn't for them.
Right?
So
get to-
3 hits on them.
Yeah, you get to roll the brawling damage and the sword damage since both of those hit.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. And I failed, but whatever. Oh, 1 worked.
No, their success, you just need to roll the damage. You already hit.
Oh my god, yeah. Not enough caffeine in my system.
I need more myself.
There we go. Oh,
There. Oh, wow.
I didn't mean to do it twice.
That's fine.
And we're going to properly do the dagger for that should show up.
Okay.
Or not.
That's fine. Good enough. And then this one stands up and runs away. They both try to leave at that point in time. You are now disengaged from combat. Dame Tum. Oh, that was. Wait, hold on. I did that wrong. That was. Yeah, whatever. I just did that to the wrong people. Whatever. They're gone. Evrain, your turn. If I could keep track of my characters, that would help.
You just moved. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I can't keep track of who's doing what. It's fine. Evrain, you rolled a hit. You're on the ground, though. X.
I'm on the ground. That'd be a -10 penalty to my rolls.
Yep. Or you can just stand up and take hits. They're actually just going to leave, so.
I'm just gonna stand up then.
All right. Sir Avalok.
Well, I will gesture with my bloodied sword at basically at the corpse of his fallen friend, and then basically as I'm swinging for him, basically suggest that he leaves. No modifier in this roll.
That's a heck of a way to ask him to leave. You succeed, actually. He rolled a 1. 3 is higher than 1.
Well, then.
16 damage. That's another one gone. Another one bites the dust.
Another one bite the dust.
All right.
Falls to the ground. Oh, I thought you were tougher than that.
Sir
Damn it.
Asterius. You get to hit at this one in front of you with no penalties.
Being a valorous sort, though, I feel like he would at least try to get him to move on. Also, say, my friend, there's no reason for us both to die here today. And of course, he's covered in blood, and the corpse of the other guy is right next to him on the ground, probably laying in a pretty gross pool of brain matter. So how what do I need to roll to try to convince this guy to join his friends and go off, leave?
Okay. Asterius.
I've got orate, I've got valorous, merciful.
I would say merciful.
Okay. I do have a check next to that already.
That's
Does
fine.
that do anything
Nope,
yet?
just
That
roll it.
does. Okay. I am rolling a merciful. All right.
Then you are able to give him that option. Unfortunately, the other knight didn't get the memo and had already swung. So this guy was like, yeah, I think I'm going to take you up on that, as he gets a sword to the back. And fumbles his recovery and takes, yep, he's dead.
Sir Asterius is very upset over the fact that he is in a place where a man who is running will be stabbed in the back.
I was already in the middle of this. I'm sorry.
Just
I
saying,
didn't know we were
he's
going to spare them.
We are knights, so chivalry and shit. But
They're not
no, it's
knights.
fine.
Oh, that famous speech by author.
All right, Dame Linnell, you are next to 2 guys without weapons who are ready to leave. What are you
And
gonna
I'm
do?
still on the ground.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, you had not stood up, correct?
Correct. I swung my sword from
Yep.
the ground.
You were still on the ground. Are you gonna stand up and chase them out? Are you gonna swing at them again?
They're starting to run away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Linnell is so angry that she is scrambling to get up and struggling and screaming in rage. And when she finally does gain her feet, unless someone stops her, she will follow them out of the cathedral.
Okay. Is anybody gonna stop her from chasing them out of the cathedral?
I value my aim.
She do what she do.
Well, as they go running,
Given the look in her eyes, I'm not quite sure which one of these is more berserking right now, her or the pics that she was chasing. So this just kind of feels like a let them fight situation.
I'm gonna need you to put a check on hate picked.
Yes?
Okay. And yeah, you chase a couple of them out. Being the way they are, they shove the most injured ones to the ground and let the others, so that the others can get away. All right. And with that, you have succeeded in kicking the Picts out of the cathedral and protecting the sword. The next, obviously, at that point in time, you're able to get the guard. There's a big to-do and a hoopla. They increase the guard around the cathedral. The next morning, you are shown directly into Arthur's presence. The boy king praises you and thanks you for your trouble. You are given a house to stay in for the rest of your time in the city with servants, meals, and other luxuries. If you already have a loyalty king passion, you may check it. If you did not yet have a loyalty king passion, you may add it. Let me know if you're adding it.
Sure. I'll add it. I'm loyal to the king because I want to stop Merlin.
1d6 plus 6 is the starting value.
It says get Merlin from stopping.
I will add it.
1d6 plus 6?
Yep, 1d6 plus 6.
Woo! 10.
I'm also adding it.
Okay.
How
I
do you
am checking it.
Check, not roll. What?
how do you add the 1d6 plus 6?
Just roll 1d6 plus 6 and then type the number in that you rolled.
Oh.
You may also all have loyalty companions at a 9. Wait, sorry. At a 14, I lied. I can math. At a 14. Loyalty companions at a 14. And of course, the next day, the city is abuzz with the news of the attempted theft. Who planned this? What's going on? I need an intrigue roll from everyone.
Mike, I'm going to DM you a question.
Okay. Intrigue. So we've got a couple failures and a success. Mark and 20 may give me rolls as well on intrigue.
Intrigue, you say? Intrigue, I fail.
All right.
I'm sorry, you needed intrigue?
Yes, please.
And has melancholic fallen off?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I would argue that at this point in time, all of you, melancholic, can have fallen off because that now you're riding a different rush. Okay, so Dame Linnell and Dame Tamura are the only ones that get this, but they do hear amongst the gossip. Apparently, people have some loose tongues around you. You hear that Okay, first of all, the other three. You hear gossip that the king of the Picts planned this, right? But Dame Lionel and Dame Tamura, what you hear is that these are the Picts from the mountains of Caldonia. So, Sir Asterius, you are going to be tended by a barber surgeon.
Hooray, leeches.
Um,
Only
so,
Luna.
first aid skill. Let's double check that really quickly. Yeah, right?
Although actually I think at this point in history, Syria and like the Middle East would have way better like medical knowledge than England. So maybe not yay
Yeah.
leeches. Maybe he's like, what the fuck is this?
All right. Healing and recovery. Also first aid. So we're gonna do a first aid check.
Oh god.
All right, that is a success.
It's a critical fail, you bleed out.
Sir
Bye-bye.
Asterius, you have a healing. What is your healing rate? No.
3.
Yeah, your healing rate is a 3.
Mm-hmm.
You regain 3 hit points.
Hey, I have 7 hit points.
And you are going to be taken off duty to recover.
Hooray. Bed rest.
And in fact, each of you is going to receive, each of you has damage. So I'm going to do this in order. Dame Tamura, you may heal your healing rate. So 3 for you. Sir Ivrain, heal your healing rate of 3.
Does
And
that remove
Avalok,
the associated wounds as well?
you heal 1. Let me double check this 1 second. No. It does not.
Only the hit points.
Okay. Yes. And then Sir Avalok, you also regain yours, which is also 3. Sir Asterius is taken off duty. The rest of you remain on duty to continue guarding the sword for 3 weeks until Candlemas. Okay. Double checking a couple things, looking through here. Okay.
Did I not heal any?
You're not showing this down at all.
Oh, I must have screwed up then. I'm down 15.
Let me open up your character sheet. Oh, I
I
see.
may have
Okay.
screwed it all up.
Oh, no. It didn't get subtracted from your hit points, so I'll do that. There you go. You may also have your healing rate. So
Where do I see that?
your healing rate is under your characteristics on your character sheet.
Oh,
yours is actually a 4. You get 4 points back
okay.
to your hit points.
Okay.
All right. We are at a break where I'm going to introduce the next section. So on Candlemas, per mutual assent of the assembled barons, the sword is put back in the stone. They go through this whole act where a lot of people try to pull it out, and then Arthur walks up and is able to pull it out easily. And finally, many knights and noblemen pledge their loyalty as well, including young Count Salisbury and Duke Ulfius, the old Roman warlord. So there's a whole ceremony here. After this, you all return to your respective lords. If you are a mercenary knight or a squire without a lord, the inns of Londinium provide warmth and shelter as winter yields to spring.
Welcome to the D&D
On
world.
Easter, word reaches you that Arthur has once again pulled the sword from the stone, earning the pledge of more barons. And you assemble in Londinium for the crowning of King Arthur. Once again takes place at the cathedral, filled with nobles, prelates, knights, Londoners, lots of pomp, lots of ceremony, music, but there's a little bit of sign of it being rushed to get done quickly. The Bishop of Londinium shows up to carry out the rites, and you are, of course, front row for the proceedings. The bishop commences, "Will you solemnly promise and swear to govern the peoples of Logris and its tributaries and other territories according to the respective laws and customs?" "I do so swear." "Will you use your power for the cause of law and justice and mercy to be executed in all your judgments?" "I will." And they continue this whole ceremony, and eventually the bishop anoints the king with sacred oil, makes the sign of the cross on King Arthur, places a robe and a crown of Logris upon his head. Finally, the bishop concludes this lengthy ceremony with, "God crown you with a crown of glory and righteousness, that having a right faith and manifold fruit of good works, you may obtain the crown of an everlasting kingdom by the gift of him whose kingdom endures forever." And the assemblage, with their heads bowed, all says, "Amen." And I need everybody who has it to roll religion Christian.
Oh,
Okay.
Sir Everlock snoring in the back row.
Yep.
oh my god.
So Sir Asterius and Dame Linnell realize that the rights were off. You can't place it. Something was not right. No, sorry. Dame Linnell does not realize that. Dame Linnell says everything's fine. Sir Asterius knows that something was off. Not sure what. Can't put your finger on it. There was something wrong about this. Those of you in attendance who have Loyalty King may check it. And then give me a recognize roll.
Where the heck is recognize?
It is a skill.
Right hand column under skills, it's towards the bottom.
Got it. Also, procedural question. If we had checks on personality traits during that first combat, are those gone?
Nope. You keep all your checks.
Okay.
Those will survive
Understood.
until we do our winter phase at the end of this whole thing.
Okay. Recognize.
Mhm.
Oh, geez. 20.
You rolled a 20. Congratulations.
I never get this many 20s when they're good. The heck?
Okay. So, Dame Linnell and Dame Tamura, you are positive that every important noble is here and present and accounted for. Avalok, I'm missing rolls from Asterius and Igraine, it looks like.
For
Recognize. Yeah.
No, I rolled. It was a 3 rolled threshold of 5 success.
Oh, I see. They were higher up. My bad.
Yep.
So Sir Vrain sees nothing. So Asterius and Avalok. You're sure that there's only a small number of nobles here.
Mm-hmm.
We're missing a bunch of people. But as the things commence, the court withdraws to a massive banquet held at the White Tower in Londinium. Feast is the best meal that you've ever eaten. If you have an indulgent of 16 or higher, you must roll it now.
Oh yeah, feast time.
Okay.
We're having a good time at the party.
Yes. You will stuff yourself. But are otherwise fine. Everyone else, I need to know if you are intending to indulge yourself in all the lovely delicacies to be had, or if you are going to attempt to be temperate. If you have a temperate of 16 or higher, I need you to roll that now.
Linnell will attempt to be temperate.
Okay.
Somebody's typing up a storm.
Yes. Sir Ivrain, you stuff yourself, but you are not to an excess. Otherwise, roll whichever skill you're intending. If you intend to be temperate, give me a temperate roll.
Is that for everyone or someone
For
specific?
everyone who has not yet rolled, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Please give me an indulgent roll. 20. All right. You failed at indulgent, so you managed to behave appropriately.
Enjoy myself.
Yeah, enjoy yourself
enough.
without being ridiculous, yes.
Yay, me.
Lady Tamura, I need you to give me an indulgent check, please. All right. Lady Tamura is also indulgent, but again, not overly so. Very cool. All right, so nobody makes a complete ass of themselves at the feast. Congratulations. So the king is crowned. And up next, an announcement reaches you in the morning that the king will travel in full procession with all of you to the city of Carleon, where the Archbishop of Britain resides. All the kings, dukes, and barons present will ride in the procession. You will ride alongside your lords. Or if you have no lords, the king himself. You slowly ride out of the city. Peasants line the road for its entire length.
Ah, dang it, we're going to Carleon. That's where I'm from. Dang it.
Is it
It always
where you're
worked out
from?
like
Oh,
going
that's
for-
unfortunate. Just to let everyone know, we are going to wrap up here in a couple minutes. We're not going to quite get all the way through this because there's another big encounter to be had. So this is the route you're taking all the way to Carleon. It does take some time. It is slow. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of delays while carts have to bring food, and the peasants want attention, and the roads get muddy, and every once in a while you need to trouble, the roads are good. These are good Roman roads, but it still takes some time. It takes a fortnight, and eventually at Carleon, the procession rests while the king, Arthur, and Merlin confer with Archbishop Dubricus. There are lords of Cambria, there are barons, a lot of folks are in there. And there is a new title and set of arms for Arthur, and the Archbishop does a ceremony largely duplicate of the first one. But the Archbishop crowns Arthur here in Carleon. Amid the celebration, Arthur learns that 6 northern lords have arrived at the city and realizes that they are drawing up in battle array outside the city. Arthur orders the city closed and prepares for siege. And that is where we're going to leave this. So give me a moment. We're going to switch. So you see here the Battle of Carleon is up next. That is the next bit of activity. Maybe we'll have to schedule another follow-up to this if everybody is interested to wrap up this sequence. It definitely takes some time to play through, but
That would be fun.
cool.
Ain't dead yet.
Ain't dead yet.
Ain't dead yet.
Fantastic.
It really seems like a lot of fun.
Nice. So the checks that you did on your skills, those come into play during the winter phase, and that is how you skill up, how you level up. So everything that gets a check mark, you have an opportunity to increase over the winter.
Nice.
So anyway, thank you so much for playing. I really appreciate the players for being here and committing their whole day to this. Everybody that's been here in the chat, thank you so much as well for being here with us and talking and listening. We've had a lot of fun playing, had a lot of fun running it. I definitely hope we can finish this up at some time because it is a lot of fun. I really enjoy playing Pendragon. We're going to be running Pendragon at HoosierCon next month, so I'm really excited for that. I'm going to do a little bit of, I've got a stream coming up in a few weeks before that where I'm going to do a little bit of work on stream explaining how I'm going to streamline some of this to try to make it run a little bit faster for the in-person game. But this is just a really cool system. I've liked it a lot in the past when I've played. So thank you so much for being here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to switch the camera right quick. There we go. All right. Hi. I'll just talk to you really quickly for a minute. We are Lorelink. We are here to build this tool that you've been looking at, that I've been managing the game from. Lorelink is a campaign planning tool for TTRPGs. It works for a wide range of systems, including, as you've seen, Pendragon. We have somewhere around 20 different systems on our website that we've got videos showing how we've done planning through those different systems. So do check out our website. Really excited about that. And we'd like to see you back. We are doing weekly streams. So Tuesday evening is our usual stream time. That's Eastern time. So please come back to Twitch or to YouTube to follow along. We stream to both of those places every single week. And again, we're going to be at HoosierCon here in Indianapolis next month. So if you happen to be there, please stop by. We're going to have a booth. We're going to be doing some seminars and going to be playing Pendragon there. So please come, say hi, check us out, let's talk, and hope to see you back here. With that, give all of the players a chance to say goodbye and maybe promote anything they would like before we take off.
All right, I'll go. My name's 20. I'm also a Twitch streamer. You can find my link in the chat. Go check me out. Anybody else?
Yeah. Once again, I'm Luna. You can find me mostly on Blue Sky at lunalapine.com. I also show up pretty frequently on LoreLink doing games like this. And once in a while, you can also find me over on the Tales of Initiative channel doing some of their one-shots and special events.
And of course, I'm Mark Delgris, the other GM for LoreLink, and I will be back here next Tuesday, which, as we check the calendar, might be April 1st, so that day has some significance. So, you want to see what craziness we're going to be up to, come back here on April 1st. We'll be checking out something unusual.
Yeah, very unusual. I love it though. It should be exciting. Awesome. With that, I would like to thank everyone for being with us today. Really appreciate it. And we will hopefully see you next Tuesday. So have a great weekend. Take care, everyone. Thank you and goodbye.